Greetings, everybody. Jeffrey Guterman. And it has arrived. It's amazing. It arrived exactly at noon. I had rescheduled the the unboxing, but here I am now. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to make some coffee. And get this going here. This is a very, very big moment for me. Now, I want to tell you, it's light. I mean, it's okay. It's not as strong as heavy as it used to be. But that would be because it's only 405 cards. Now, let me make some coffee. I've had a rough morning waiting for this. Because I just wonder when the hell's it going to get here. And Christ, it came here literally 2 minutes before when they said it would. It was 2 minutes before. So let's get the coffee going. I purposely only had one pot this morning because I wanted to wait. I wanted to have coffee with this. Now it's almost afternoon. I can have maybe 2 cups. But we'll see. Hey, Mark Shooker has arrived. Holy cow. Mark Shooker has arrived. It's a big moment because this is going to take us back in time. This is going to be a time travel that you have never experienced. I hope Kathy Harden can make it. Kathy Harden has arrived. All right, Kathy Harden. I'm so glad to see you. This is what I just said. I don't know if you heard me. Maybe not. You didn't get in. I said, I hope Kathy Harden arrives. It has arrived. And I was waiting. Waiting like a very patient person. I ripped off the label just so you can't see my address here. Let's open this up. Here it is. There it frickin' is. There's no sound for this. This is a nice pad Nice bubble packing. And in this, I've already, oh, there it's got a nice opening here. The nameless player cards are underneath. Here is the card set. And there's more. This is the, wow. Ballpark effects, ballpark singles, ballpark home runs, NL and AL, super advanced version, clutch hitting. I don't use these, even though I might want to begin using these. And these are super advanced weather effects. You know, there's no night games. Here's the roster now. The National League is the senior circuit. So I will look at that first. Here's the roster, what I intend to do. These are the rosters. And this is the National League. And here's the American League. And there are some players with cards in both leagues. There are players who have both a batter's and a pitcher's card. That's like Ohtani. And here, what is this? Oh, look at this. I get a Strat-O Put somewhere fun, take a picture and share on social media. Wow. Oh, I'm gonna do that. It's a, you have Strat-O, yeah. I'll put that right up here. Here are the nameless players. This is very awesome. These are also in advanced. These are nameless players in case there's a player. Now I can always have a player if they're not on the roster. Here's the advanced version. Look at that. Oh my, and there's pitchers cards too. These are batting records. And here's pitching records. So these will be, let's just undo these right now. You know, they did not give me freaking rubber bands. They always give rubber bands. Jesus. Oh, here they are. Yeah. There they are, Kathy, the rubber bands. Now, I have spares anyway. God, am I looking forward to this. I'm just going to wrap these. I'm going to get these going here. And put these there. They'll be like pitchers hitting cards. We'll keep these. We'll keep these. The coffee is brewing, Kathy. We will keep these nice. The hell? Okay. Yeah. We'll keep this too, just so we have the instructions there. We're going to have plenty of time to get into it. Take it nice and slow. Anyway, thank you all for being here. It's, I was going to mention this later, but I'll mention it now. I'm a very, very depressive person, a negative person. It doesn't mean I don't get joy out of life. And I was thinking to myself, isn't it sad that I get so excited about something like this? And it's always a letdown, okay? Even though this is, it's not much of a letdown this time. But it almost takes away from the pleasure that I would get. Now, before we get to the actual player cards, these are the nameless player cards, everybody. And the purpose of these is that if, I use baseball reference, oh, look at this, more advanced information. Plenty of time to look at this. It's a smaller card, you see that? But before we get to the teams, the actual teams, let me make a few preliminary remarks. I've done a bit of research into 1911 and those days in general. This is the dead ball era. And what I've learned is that almost every park, if not every park, I believe, every ballpark was not any of the original ballparks when I was born. There was Polo Grounds, and that they stopped using that for the Giants. They stopped using that after the 58 season. Or was it 57, I think? Maybe it was 58. And so maybe you could consider that one. It was torn down after I was born, but every other park has been long gone. And I've done some research to find out what parks were used. I'll just put this in. There. And we'll put that away in my box, along with the pitcher's hitting course. And if you can see, I've already prepared the box. I've put the National League, not National, the 1969 season, like so. Is the NL East, West, AL East, West. Here are the pitchers' hitting cards. And here are the nameless player cards. And those will be used less, so we'll just keep that right there. Now, I'm going to put this chart away over here. Special file. This is for the 69 replay. Here are our current games. Here was the last game played when the Giants beat the Cardinals 9-2. And by the way, they're within 1.5 now of Atlanta. Perry got the win, his 16th. And here on this side will be 1911. And we'll just put this right here for safekeeping. Let's get some coffee. We're going to be ready to open these up. I say the sooner the better. And why not? Why not bring a little crowd noise to the situation? What do I get on this? YouTube, Facebook crowd notice. Now I'm going to keep the roster out, Kathy, because I want to. I'm going to confirm every player. Look at these players. Tris Speaker. Okay, you know of him. Let's get some coffee going. And this is going to go on a while, folks. I did the unboxing. Now we're in the organizing stage. And then finally we'll do an examination stage where we just sit back and enjoy. And I may schedule the first game today. I have it scheduled for tomorrow at 9 a.m. But I may very well do it for today. Let's open this up. It's nicely sealed. Very careful here. Very careful. Look at this, and this is. Let's get these out here. There we go. Beautiful. And we will start with we'll keep these up on the basic side. Let's see, these are. Go ahead here with the first sheet, and if we look at the first sheet, you're going to see these are mostly Red Sox. In fact, these are all Red Sox. They're rustlers. You see how they don't have the team name? These are the Boston. Oh, I'm sorry. They are the Red Sox. I'm sorry. These are the Red Sox. Here's some more Red Sox. Sometimes they get cut off. That's 3, 6, 9, 18, 19, 21. So it's possible there's only 21. No, here's 22, 23. See how many Boston has. Looks like 24. That's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 2, 23. There's the 24th. There's the 25th, my Christ. Jesus. We'll get it all sorted out. I think we'll do the counting later. This is somewhat of a time-consuming task, but it's actually, it's very much needed. You know, I got a set back in the early 90s when I was going through a deep depression, thinking of resuming Strat-O-Matic, and I bought the current set at the time. I don't remember what year it was. And I did not know that Strat-O-Matic did not unperforate these. They came. I didn't know they came in sheets like this, and I was so disgusted. I didn't even play the game. I said, "What the hell has happened to this company?" Now I see it's fine. Okay, this is Chicago. That's where you got to be a little bit tricky here. There's Chicago there. Here's Boston. So we're about to, let's get some coffee, you know? And some of you may be watching and saying, well, what the hell is going on here? Well, this is part of the zen of Strat-O-Matic. We're putting together the first team here, the Red Sox. I don't know if it's alphabetical or what. This is of the American League. Look at Eddie Cocotte. He was eventually on the Chicago White Sox by 1919. I have to go look to see how long he played. Look at that. He played for the Red Sox. He was a great pitcher. Not this year, even though his ERA is good. This is it. Oh, Lord. Get that coffee going. That's good coffee, y'all. Get the Red Sox done. Very, very attractive, just like the other set I have, a very attractive advance card. That's good coffee. There's only 16 teams, 8 in each league. But we like to take our time here and do this the right way. These perforate very nicely. My friend, who's also a Strat-O-Matic player, when I was a kid, his father owned a company that perforates materials. Things like tickets, you know. Back in the day, I guess it's still true, when you had magazines, actual magazines that had postcards to send in, you could pull it out. It's a very, very important business. You see how beautifully perforated that is? How easy it is to... Oh, glad you wouldn't miss it, Kathy. And I'm thinking I'm gonna play a game. I'm gonna play a game with weed tonight. maybe 4 o'clock start. We'll see. Usually as a general rule, I play my games with coffee. Weed is also a drug of choice, but I don't use it until about 5 p.m. or so, but I am willing to make an exception. This might beat our first team, the Boston Red Sox. Look at some of the names. Sea Lion Hall. We'll go through these people, and we're going to learn about these people as the season progresses. Let's do a quick count to see if we're missing any. We might have one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's 25. Okay, let's count them. That's 25. Those are the Boston Red Sox. Let's... Oh yeah, Kathy, I know. It's Harold Richmond, or Hal Richmond, I'm sorry. He was the man. And there are the Boston Red Sox. We'll put them over here. Just going to slide them up here. These will be the White Sox. Three, 6, 9, 18, 19, 20. The names are amazing. Whoa, 29? Wait a minute. Christ. Oh, no. That's 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. That can't be right. There's 9. Okay, yeah, 18. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Let's just count them, and then we'll unpack them. I didn't do this with the 69 set. Oh yeah, new toys, Ron. Oh, that's good coffee. That's 25 on the White Sox. And that's going to be a sufficient roster because I got the nameless players now. So the Chicago White Sox. And by the way, I already saw Smokey Joe Wood is on the Red Sox. You know, he's an amazing guy. I'll post the interview that was done with him someday. At the end of his life. All these people are dead. And I like looking at some of them from this dead ball era who died One guy died 2 months after the JFK assassination, so he lived long enough to see that. Oh, here's Big Ed Walsh. He threw a spitter, I believe. 27 and 18. How's that for a record? A lot of starts. 37 starts. He got a decision every goddamn game. 20-30. Actually, he must have come in relief too. Yeah, definitely. These people were unbelievable. Of course, we recognize that this is before the color barrier was broken, and there's a element of racism built into this replay. We do not deny it, we do not ignore it, but it's still very cool. I'm not up on my Negro League history, Negro Baseball League history, but there were multiple leagues. I did see, I think the first year for the Negro National League, it was 1920. The reason I have not gotten the Negro Leagues from Strat-O-Matic is because they, and I could be wrong if any of you know this, we're doing the Chicago White Sox right now. They don't have a leagues. They just have sets of like stars. You know what I'm saying? I'm not into that. Really, I have to have the whole league. I don't think it's as realistic to have people from different years playing against each other, with each other. I mean, you could do it for fun if you like it, but it's not my cup of tea. These Chicago White Sox were not very good. I'm going to have to refamiliar myself with exactly how the standings were. These are a lot of these names you just don't see anymore. Here's Joe Jackson. Shoeless Joe hit 408. Holy cow. Cobb won the title though at 420. Shoeless Joe Jackson. Boy, look at that card. He's even decent against left-handers, but God, against right-handers, he's a killer. God. He hit 7 home runs. It's a lot. I think if you're going to see home runs on pitchers' cards, therefore you're going to see a lot of W's. Okay? He's probably a W, an N. Yeah, he's got N power on both sides. That's a W on the left side. Okay. That's Joe Jackson. And we're going to do, our plan is to do full statistics. And I'll do it very simply. Whoop, there's Cleveland. You see, you got to be careful. Sometimes they get mixed up here. There's Joe Jackson is with Cleveland. He eventually went to the White Sox. Gotta be careful of that. And Napoleon Lajoie, Jesus, Hall of Famer, 365, 2 home runs. He's an N on the right side. Okay. All righty. These are names you just don't see anymore. Let's see if we have 25 White Sox here. And that is 25. The 1911 set has 405 player cards in all. It's more than the 1920 and 1924 sets. That was one factor, but not the only factor. I also, for picking this season, the other factor was I wanted pure dead ball, and that is what this is. Ah, that's good coffee. Okay, let's do the Cleveland. These were the Cleveland Naps, I believe. Got 4 of them here already. They were called the Cleveland Naps, I think after Napoleon Lajoie. Let's see what we got here. 369. That's a little close here on the edge. You see that cut off? See how these cards are cut off pretty close, but it's okay. That's going to be 18. $19, $20, $21, $22, Treat for $5.26, and we'll confirm that. Look, there's Ty Cobb. He's a double A. He might be a triple A one year, if they have that year. Sam Crawford, great player. Let's take these off. Let's take these Cleveland spares. Jim Delante, 339. And I'm glad some of you have decided to join us. So glad. I waited for this. This is what I got so excited about. Hell yeah. It's never as great as how you anticipate. And I'm talking about everything in life. But it's still good. Okay, we'll put these over here. And yeah, it's a time-consuming task, which I'd rather not do alone, you see. There. For example, we have a game between Brooklyn and Boston. That's the first game of the season listed. So those are the Boston Rustlers. They eventually became the Boston Braves. They were the Boston Rustlers this season. The Dodgers are technically the Brooklyn Trolley Dodgers. Yes, Ron. Yes, I am. Yes. 1911 replay with full stats. The Brooklyn Dodgers were called the Trolley Dodgers as a nickname. They eventually became the Brooklyn Robins, named after their manager, Bill Robinson, or Wilbert Robinson. And I have a picture, I have several pictures of the stadium, if you want to call it that. It's really a park. For this first game we're playing, Brooklyn at Boston, it's called South End Grounds 3. South End Grounds 3 in Boston. I guess there were 2 before it. And you should see what it looks like. It's very cool. And I even have a picture of Zach Wheat around the same year as this season, who was a left fielder for the Dodgers. He's a well-known, I think he's in the Hall of Fame, I believe. Let's see how many we got on this team. I didn't do it this way before, when I got 69, but I'm actually counting the players in each roster to confirm that we've got all the players. "26 on Cleveland." Well, let's give it a count. It is 26. Look at that, Cy Young. This was toward the end of his career. He was only 3-4 and only had 7 starts. Isn't that cool? So there's 3 players. Three teams. Now we're going to move to the Detroit Tigers. I believe they came in second place. Let me refresh my coffee here. You know, I got to tell you something. To try to play this game, basic or advanced, but especially advanced, from scratch, meaning you have no experience, is not, I don't think it would be easy. I never did it. Why? Because when I was a little kid, no, when I was 12 years old, my friends had the game, and I would play with them, and they taught me how to play it. Okay? I mean, in vivo. Okay, here come the Tigers now. You know what I'm saying? Now it becomes second nature, a lot of it. A, B, C, you know, on the ground balls, the fly balls. In fact, let me just put this like that. Look at this name, Boss Schmidt. Boss Schmidt. Wow. Of course, Sam Crawford was a great player. And the Yankees were not the Yankees. They were the New York Highlanders. Isn't that something? See, here's the Yankees. Roy Hartzell, I've heard of him. Hal Chase, of course. This is like time travel, really. This is about as close as you can get to real time travel. These are the Detroit Tigers. I'm going to assume they came in second place. But I'm going to have to continually be looking back on the season. And I want to thank everybody for hanging out here. This is the official unboxing, organizing, and examining of the 1911 set, which the replay will start today, with a hefty dose of cannabis. I don't think weed was easy to get back in 1911. It did exist, sure, but not like today. I certainly doubt it had the quality of today that you can get from dispensaries in particular. I like dispensaries, I like medical weed because it's regulated. I'm not a big government type of guy. I'm moderate, I'm very conservative fiscally, but I like quality. For example, I like my meat to be inspected, okay? Let me let this happen here. Okay, you want no government? You want less government? Where do you want less government? You want it to abolish meat inspection? Well, it's part of the excitement. It's Ron. It's part of the Zen attitude. It's part of the Strat-O. And this is I guess this is a sticker, but I'm not going to undo the sticker. I'm going to put it somewhere and tweet it. Certainly not going to. I consider a sticker used up. I guess, you know, a sticker can lose its adhesiveness after a while. But those are usually good for a good time, and if the adhesiveness goes away, I could always just tape it up or something. These are the Detroit Tigers. They played in a place called Bennett Field. These were not stadiums. These were fields, parks. Okay, let's see how many Detroit Tigers we should expect here. Delos Drake. And I started to look at some of the players, and you know what I learned? That a lot of them only played a couple of years, 2, 3, 4 years. Players came and went. Let's check out the Tigers now. That's going to be 26. Here's Wild Bill Donovan. And of course the famous Davy Jones. I gotta start over. We'll have plenty of time to examine these people. That's 26 it is, and we'll put Tyrus Raymond on top. This was the heart of his career. He hit .420. 127 RBIs, 47 doubles, 24 triples, and he even had 8 home runs, and he stole 83 bases. He's a 1-17 running. A bunter. So we've done four of the 8 American League teams. So we're about a quarter done, but who wants this to end? Christ. Oh, that's good coffee. We're going to move to the New York Highlanders. Looks like they have 25, but of course we will check that out. By the way, these are the world champion Philadelphia A's coming after the New York Highlanders. They have that $100,000 infield. Thank you, Mark Schucker. New York Highlanders, I don't think they were very good. Babe Ruth was 14 years old this year. Actually, he was, yeah, actually he was 16 years old. Gehrig was 8. In fact, you know, Gehrig was from New York. His parents were immigrants from, I think, Germany, I'm not certain. And he remembered Ruth. As a kid, he remembered. Gehrig was born in 1903 and Ruth in 1895. So Ruth's first year, 1914. Even if you take his first, well, 1920 was an amazing year for Ruth. Gehrig was 17 years old. He went to Columbia University, I believe. And can you imagine what that would be like? Now, they didn't have close relationship, by the way. You know, Gehrig was a reserved individual. Whereas Ruth was very, very boisterous, you know. I don't think Gehrig really went for Ruth's exploits. Ross off the field. He sure didn't mind hitting after him, and I'm sure Ruth didn't mind hitting before him. That's the way Ruth, you had to pitch to Ruth. Or you could just walk them both. What the hell? There we go. We're looking for 25. We're going to count it for the New York Highlanders. It is 25. Let's make sure we got them. Seven. These will get worked in, just like the 69. 10. That's obvious. 12. Three, 24. 25. Those were two Phillies there. So there's your New York Highlanders, the fifth of, in alphabetical order, the fifth of 8 teams from the junior circuit, the American League. I don't go for the envelopes that some people use. They're very nice, but I like to use my teams. I like them out. You know, I like them accessible. I don't need an extra step to pull them out of an envelope. But for those who do, that's fine. You know, it's just like coffee. Whatever you like it fancy, fine. You like it black, that's fine. I used to have to have milk in my coffee. Then I shifted to enjoying my coffee black. And the past few years, I think the past 5 years, I've come back to wanting milk. I don't worry about half and half or anything like that. I mean, I have 6, that's it, Ron McGrath. I have those two. I have 64 also. I'm not really into collecting. You know, some people are. And that's fine. I used to have a lot. I've lost mostly all of my possessions from when I was a kid and everything. In fact, I don't think I have much of anything. But what I do have is I sort of have shifted away from an emphasis on things to an emphasis on ideas in terms of what I enjoy. An emphasis on experiences. Now, you could argue, well, this is the thing. These cards. Well, yeah, sure, there are always exceptions, you know. But I got to tell you, the value of Strat-O-Matic, and some people say, oh, it's too expensive. It's not too expensive for me. I think it's priceless what Strat-O-Matic affords me. The enjoyment I've had, especially with all of you, especially Kathy Harden, having it's just, one game can be worth $100. You know, maybe not one. Look at Cy Morgan, 15-7. I don't think I've ever heard of him. This is going to be lots of fun. But I've been... Oh, there's Chief Bender. He's a good pitcher. 17-9. Oh, look at this guy's name. Topsy Hartzell. Topsy Hartzell. He only had 38 at bats. Well, that's a good sign. It shows that, you know, they use less players in those days. So, you know, we're getting just about everybody, and I have the nameless players. Now, let's check out the Phillies, who were the champions, with Connie Mack as manager. He refused to wear a uniform, and hence he was not allowed on the field. I believe his last season managing was 1950. Now, he was a former player. I think he owned the team. Okay, let's check out the A's. That's going to be 23 on this team. And again, that's going to be sufficient. Some have 25. I think some even have 26. And we got nameless players if we need them. So we're looking for 20. How many did I say? Did I say 23? Well, let's do it again. Yeah. Two. These folks are favorites to win it all. 3, 4. Amos Strunk. 5, 6. Here's Frank Home Run Baker. He had 11. But he had, I think, 3 or 4, I'm not sure how many in the World Series. And everyone went crazy on that. So there's your Philadelphia Athletics, who moved to Kansas City, moved to Oakland, and is planning to move to Vegas. Okay. Okay, we got 6 of 8. We're gonna move to a real bad team, the St. Louis Browns. That can't be right. 17? Come on. Here's 9. Yeah, that's not right. 18. 26. Wow, 29. Holy shit. 29 players on this roster. That's 9, 18. Okay, let's just double check that. If that's 29, yeah, look at the size of that goddamn roster. Now, there's got to be, you see, compared to the other teams, there's got to be some pitchers who also have hitting cards. .29 players on that roster. That's amazing. That's the largest roster I've ever seen for any team in Strat-O-Matic. How about any of you? Have you ever heard of any that had that many players? Get some more coffee here. It's only 1 p.m., but you know, I'm feeling like I'm ready for weed, but I'll wait. Okay? I'll wait till 4, and I'll wait to play that game at 4. Give us plenty of time to set things up. The St. Louis Browns, that is a godforsaken team, historically. They won the pennant only 1 season, I believe, and I believe it was a war year. And that doesn't even frickin' count as far as I'm concerned. It was 1944. It was against the St. Louis Cardinals, and they lost. They eventually, as many of you know, moved to Baltimore. So some people think of them as a different team, the Orioles, but they are the old St. Louis Browns. Browns go back to the days of team names that were the colors, the blues, the browns, the reds, the grays, all sorts of things. We're going to get to the Washington Senators soon. And these Washington Senators, I think they were called, I'm not sure what they were called. I shouldn't get ahead of myself, but let me be checking here. I think they may have been called, yeah, they were called the Senators. And they were awful. And this was the original Washington Senators team. We'll get to that. I'll talk about that later. Well, I'll just say it now. They moved to Minnesota. Okay, that's the original team. The team in Minnesota that still exists was, I should say, the original Washington Senators with Walter Johnson. The Washington Senators of the 60s were an expansion team. They started in 61. They and the Los Angeles Angels. And then they moved to Texas. And that was after the 71 season, I believe. And then, of course, the Expos moved to Washington to become the Washington Nationals. Baseball's looking to expand with 4 more teams, 2 in each league. This is the scuttlebutt that I get. Now I'm talking real world. And I think Montreal, if they can get a stadium, that frickin' Olympic Stadium was the worst place I've ever seen baseball. And when I went to Montreal, somewhere in the early 90s, I went to 3 games. I went to Montreal for a week vacation. That's a godforsaken place. Awful. I hear Tampa Bay is pretty bad, especially some of their ground rules. The stadium. They're a good team now, huh? We're almost halfway done. We're almost completed here, the American League, and everything is checking out. We're looking at Brooklyn at Boston. That's a National League game. at 4 p.m. Eastern. I think we'll have plenty of time before that. Look at that, Bert Schotten. Gotta check him out because all of these people, just to think they're all dead. I was thinking of, now this is 29 players. That's a big roster. I was thinking of like having a black player from my 69 or 64 season be drafted, like black players be drafted by each of these teams, but I think that would be mocking what happened. You know what I'm saying? And it would also be unrealistic. Let's make sure we got 29 Browns here. Look at that name. God. 18. There's some names you just never see today. That's 29. How do you like that? It's a big team. And our final team of the Washington Senators. There's only 8 teams. I love that. You know, no playoffs. 8 is decent. You know, you can still have a good race. Okay, the Washington Senators now. And this is going to be with Walter Johnson. It wasn't his best year, but he was still great. This will be 25. Actually, we'll have to see how good he is. Johnson was 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 it is. The one and only season that these original Washington Senators won a World Series, I don't know about pennant, was in 24. And that's already the modern era. And not, it's the non-dead ball era. They were no. Look at this name, Long Tom Hughes. Okay, there's Long Tom. These are the Washington Senators. Get into a groove here, enjoy it. This is all part of the process, people, and I appreciate all of your companionship here. I'm serious, because I lead a very, very troubled life. Nothing dangerous per se, but general anxiety, depression, worry, chronic worry, that goes with the anxiety. And I like to keep busy. And who would have thought that I would be playing not one, but 2. One alone would be something. But 2 replays with broadcasts of each game, each and every game, not just sometimes, on YouTube. Now here's Tom Long. And then you have Long Tom Hughes. What the hell? I'll look for that. Yeah, Christ. We're looking for 25 senators here. And, the president was Howard Taft, a Republican. The Republican Party back then was the Progressive Party. Taft was a supporter of, or I should say, I don't know how it worked, but Teddy Roosevelt was a supporter, but then Taft went ahead and beat him. I like to think about the history. Well, here are the Boston Rustlers, by the way. We'll be doing them first for the National League. Jay Kirk, George Jackson, Doc Miller. We'll get to them in a minute. But Taft was president. We've been through a lot. We've already been through the Civil War, Reconstruction, still going, you could argue. The assassination of McKinley, in 1881, and the Republican Party, TR taking over, vowing he made a big mistake when he became vice president and started to run for his own term. He made a commitment not to run for a second term, to show that he was not corrupt, that he would do what's right, but he lived to regret that. Let's get the senators going here. 25. Dolly Gray. Whew. 16. Here's Walter Johnson. That's 25. Yeah, you got a Long Tom Hughes, a pitcher. And Tom Long. Can't be the same person. Different names. So there are your Washington Senators, and there is your American League. All 8 players, all 8 teams, all accounted for. And that took not much more than an hour. Here is the junior circuit, the American League. And we will put these boys where they belong as we're doing 2 replays. We could go like this. Put the 2 of them here, because this is just so high that you want to put that. You could put it here, but I'd rather not. So there's the American League. We're actually going to put them second because they are the junior circuit as far as I'm concerned. I was always an NL man. Did you know that? We're going to get to the National League now, and these are the Boston Rustlers. And I'm going to take a little break here. I'm having a very enjoyable time. We'll flip this over. I just want to see something here. Okay. Here's the National League. And we'll get back to this. In due course. Okay. We will get back to this in due course. Oh, I'm having too much goddamn fun. You know that? I'm having too much goddamn fun. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it nice when the tumblers connect and in unison and things go right? I'll be back, folks, in about 3 to 5 minutes. I'll be back. Yes. Can you believe this thing was delivered 2 minutes before its estimated time of delivery? It was before 12 noon, and it came 11:58, so they were right. I'll be back. And folks, make sure if you do use Twitter, you follow me on Twitter, because I'm going to be posting a lot of historical photos, including today's game. I'll be right back. I expect that when I finish this up, which should be somewhere after 2 o'clock, 2:30 maybe, I'm gonna go get something to eat and then maybe catch a little shut-eye, and then 4 p.m. In fact, let me reschedule the game to 4 p.m. Brooklyn at Boston. Schedule that for today. At 4. And then I have my tweets all set. I'll give you a sneak preview right now. This might not be easy to see, but on TweetDeck for Twitter, TweetDeck is a, I guess you call it an application or something. You can time your tweets. Oh, shit. What the hell happened here? Oh. Okay. Christ. This one is timed to go off. And if you look at this is absolutely remarkable. That's Zach Wheat. But this is a picture of the stadium where the Boston Rustlers played. This is in the public domain. Okay. And that could be Zach Wheat right there. I don't know for sure, but he was a left fielder. Bill Clem, K-L-E-M, Bill Clem is probably the most famous manager in baseball history, and umpire, Bill Clem, and he was an umpire in this game, by the way. I looked at that. So we're just gonna reschedule that tweet for today. Oops. Here it goes. We'll put that today at 4 p.m. And there it goes. And there it is. That's beautiful. That's all set. And then if I deviate from from any of that, of course I'll change it, unless I die between now and then, which is highly unlikely. Let's get back to our work here. We're starting the National League now. These are the Boston Rustlers who will play Brooklyn today. Let's get some coffee here. It's amazing how much coffee you can go through, huh? Whoa. God. This is the last cup. What I find is that if I get in a pinch, I can have some ginger ale later before 4 o'clock. You know, you go back to this era, 1911, and these these players are all gone. They were alive. That was a whole era back then, and they knew nothing of what we are today. Most of them were bigots. I know that's a lot to say, a big statement. But you'd be surprised. The worst of all was Cap Anson, who I think he was an owner of a team. Of course, we know he was a player. And he was instrumental in setting up the exclusion of non-white players. John McGraw once got a black player on his roster and tried to pass him off as Native American. Can you believe it? For the Giants? Okay. Let's see what we got here for Brooklyn now. Where the hell are the Boston Rustlers? Wait a minute. Oh, look at me. How crazy I am. I went ahead and did Brooklyn. Oh, Brooklyn's here. This is Boston. Okay. "30 players on their team." Oh, you know about him, Kathy. Boy, you know your baseball history. 30 players on the Red Sox. The Rustlers, these are the National League. Eventually became the Boston Braves. Look at that lefty Tyler. Yeah, I mean that's his, to me, that's Cap Anson's legacy. Not that he was I don't even know if he made the Hall of Fame. I guess he did. And that's very important to me. Respect for and acceptance and even embracing of diversity, for Christ's sakes. 30 Boston Rustlers. See, that's the kind of roster I would want for every team. And these people were working people. They were middle class. The salaries they made were very, very, except for, some of them, like Cobb, the great players, and even they were underpaid. When you think about that, there was a reserve clause that was eventually found to be unconstitutional. It's like a monopoly. You know what I mean? If we sign you or we draft you, you can only play for us and for what we're willing to pay you. That's not capitalism. That's not free market. Sure, do I have issues with free agency and the cost of baseball today? Sure I do. But that doesn't get away from the fact that the reserve clause was unconstitutional. And thanks to Curt Flood, who never at all got a chance to, wait, that's a lot of players. That's 30 players there for the Boston Rustlers. I'll count them in a moment. Oh, that's good coffee, and it's the last one I got. Let's count these out. Hank Gowdy. Jesus. He was traded to the Rustlers, Cy Young. That's why he's got 2 cards there. He'll also be on Cleveland. 27, Big Jeff Pfeffer. There we go, that's 30. And you don't have to worry the way I do it. I don't have to worry about when to use him or anything like that. I just follow the schedule. We're going to go move now to Brooklyn. That's 28. That's going to be 9, 18, 27, and 28. There it is. Quite easy to do this. Easier than when I got the 69 set. I guess I have some practice now. Here's the pitcher for the starting for Brooklyn today, Cy Barger. Oh, wait a minute. He's got a hitting card also. Jesus. I didn't realize that. I'll find the guy. These are the Brooklyn, you could call them the Trolley Dodgers. And I just read it yesterday that it's a myth that it's because of trolleys. It has something to do, go look it up. They thought it was because of everyday citizens who had to dodge the trolleys, which was true, but that's not where they got the name. It was something else. Funny how myths get perpetuated. Kitty Bransfield for the Cubs. God. I just learned, or maybe I'm reminded, that Frank Chance, the first baseman for the Cubs, was a player manager. Take all this stuff nice and slow. Elmer Netzer. I mean, how many Elmers do you know today? You know, names go in and out of fashion. It was a tough time to live compared to today. People died of diseases. It was not uncommon for someone to die of tuberculosis. Lots of people would catch tuberculosis, get sick, and die. This is Cy Barger, the hitter. But if I'm not mistaken, he's pitching later. Some of these teams go back into the 1880s or earlier in terms of their origins. You had, I don't know a lot about it, but you had things like the American Association, and then there was rivalries. The leagues were threatening to raid each other of their rosters, of some of their players, by offering them more money, and eventually they reached some sort of peace by 1903 when you had the two leagues. And here's Zach Wheat. He's playing today. Kind of early in his career, but he was a good ball player. There should be 28 players. The second of 8 in the National League. The Brooklyn Trolley Dodgers. Six, 7, 8. 10, 11. 15, There it is. And here are the two cards of Cy Barger. Isn't that something? He wasn't that good a hitter, but he played enough when he wasn't pitching. Wasn't that good a pitcher either, but he did start 30 games. But played enough in right, left, and first base. Can you imagine to have two cards there? Now, if we get disconnected due to overheating, I'll figure out something. I'll resume it. I'll mention something on the community board. So there are the Brooklyn Dodgers. We move now to the Chicago Cubs. This was so long ago, they didn't play in Wrigley. I don't remember the name. They have 26. They were called the Hitless Wonders. Great fielding, Tinkers to Evers to Chance. You remember in the infield? Tinkers at short, Evers at second. And player manager Frank Chance at first. They had a great double play combo there. There's Joe Tinker. Look at this, Wilbur Good. Not Wilbur Wood, Wilbur Good. And I looked him up. And he existed. He fucking existed. Nicely perforated, makes it easy to get through these. These are the Chicago Cubs. So yeah, I was very depressed back in the early 90s. And I just didn't have the patience to do what we're doing now, so I must be doing somewhat better. That's when I got the set back then. Okay. There it is, 26. Our next team will be the Cincinnati Reds. Some consider them to be the oldest of the active teams. That they go back, they were the Redlegs. They go back to 1869, maybe further back. And what's great is, by the way, the Strat-O-Matic says that they examine not only statistics but box scores from this season. There's Peaches Graham. Never heard of him. And there's Frank Chance. He only hit, oh my God, he didn't play much. How could that be? Okay. Lord. I bet you Tinkers and Evers did. You know, they won, I think the Cubs won the pennant in 1908. I don't remember exactly. At least 1908. Maybe he was hurt this year. Here's Johnny Evers. He didn't play much. God. That's unusual. Solly Hoffman. Jesus. This is the second Zimmerman. I wonder if they're Jewish. I'm Jewish, you know, I'm not making any snide remarks, but there's just not many of them. There's Joe Tinker. Now, he played a full season, hit 276. Played shortstop, he's a 1. We're going to get to the Reds. I know there's a Heine Groh, Groh, or something like that on Cincinnati. I'm not sure if I know anybody else. Let's give these a count. There it is, 26 for the Chicago Cubs. And now we'll move to Cincinnati. That's 3 of 8 in the senior circuit, the National League. Here's Cincinnati now. They have a smaller roster than most teams. $24. That's going to be 9, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And then we're going to go to the New York Giants. You know, it was really something, New York having 3 teams. Now, you could look at California, which is much larger today. Has, Christ, how many teams does California have? Let me see. They got 1, 2, 3. 3 in the NL, right? And you got the Angels and, oh, and Oakland. Yeah. Yeah. They got, I think it's 5. But they're not as close. You know, you do have the Dodgers and the Angels are close. The Giants and the A's are close. Padres are in San Diego. This was a time when there were 3 teams in the New York area. You got to realize St. Louis was the furthest west team. And we'll be doing the Giants next. And you really were a fan of only one of the teams. My father was a Brooklyn Dodger fan. My mother was a New York Yankee fan. And then you had Giant fans. The Dodgers were sort of the working man's, or working woman's team. They called them the Bums. You know, they played in Ebbets Field. The Yankees were sort of, well, they played in a frickin' almost like a Coliseum type stadium. And the Giants played in Polo Field, so that was that's Harlem, near Coogan's Bluff. That was a big stadium, but it was a very bizarre stadium. You could spit over left field wall, 257, I believe. And dead center field was like, 460 something feet. I think it was 461. I don't know what it was originally made for. If it was made for polo, it's shaped like a polo field. And even the Mets played there for the first 2 seasons of their franchise while they were building Shea. And it all comes back to Robert Moses, who I forgot his position, but he was instrumental in designing the '64 World's Fair, the bridges, and he absolutely refused to allow the Dodgers to move out to Queens. Or give them a new stadium or something. So I think it was Branch Rickey who decided he was going to move them to LA, and he got with the owner of the New York Giants and said, will you come along? That way we could do this. And they did it. And what a heartbreak it was. The Yankee fans were okay. Their team was still there. Let's count these Reds here before we go to the Giants. 3. Look at that name. Whoa. 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20. Well, it's 24. I don't see Heine Groh on this team. Maybe he was a different era. But that is the Cincinnati Reds, and that will be half of the National League now. We'll move to the Giants now. They won the pennant, the Giants. They have Rube Marquard, Christy Mathewson. I mean, these were pitchers, They had Fred Snodgrass in the outfield. They have only 22 players. Again, we have nameless players. But most of these teams are well fortified in their rosters. That's going to be 9, 18, 19, 20, 21, and then this would be 22 right there. Game time is in 2 hours. Brooklyn Dodgers, Trolley Dodgers at the Boston Rustlers. That'll be a sort of a very, very Twilight Zone kind of thing for me. Smoking weed, going back in time. God, the Phillies. Can you believe it? They were bad. Interesting to think about how far they go back, the Phillies. Look at that. There's Christy Mathewson. 26 and 13, 1.99 ERA. Strikeout ratio is only about, 4.5 per 9 innings. He was, he is what really got women to the park. Seriously, I heard about this. He was considered very attractive, and women used to love to come out to the ballpark and see Christie. He was also considered a real gentleman, a real wonderful human being. And of course, John McGraw was the manager, and he was a guy, an Irishman, a real tough guy, and he met with Connie Mack at the World Series. It was a battle between these two great clubs. Oh, here's Fred Merkel. You've heard of his boner, right? Merkel's boner. I don't know what year that was. Look at him, he's good. AA. 48 stoners, stolen. Here's Fred Snodgrass. It will be surreal, Kathy Harden. And, Kathy, I appreciate you hanging out. I feel a little guilty sometimes. I don't know if it's obligatory. I shouldn't even mention it. But look, you're here. You do what you want to do. But I'm just so glad to have you here. So here is the 5th of 8, the New York Giants. Look at Rube Marquardt, 24 and 7. It's 11. 14. Look at this name. Christ. 15, 16, 17. There it is. Chief Myers. He was good. Good catcher. There they are. Now we move to the Philadelphia Phillies. We have 3 more teams to go. They have 25. And again, if we get disconnected, always look on the community board to see what's happening. Wow, Honus Wagner, God. He didn't have one of his best years. He only hit 334. He did have 9 home runs. He's on the Pirates. We'll get to them. We'll keep the crowd noise off now. God, I don't know why they have this. Oh, okay. Here it is. '23 on this team. Toots Schultz. He had an 0-3 record, 9.38 ERA. 3 starts. I'm supposed to start this guy? Jesus. 0-3, 9.38. Jesus. Greetings, everybody. Jeffrey Guterman here with the Strat-O-Matic Network. The set has arrived. The 1962 Strat-O-Matic baseball set has arrived. And we're going to do a formal unboxing at this time. These are the 3 score sheets pads that I purchased. I'll put these away. That'll get me way past the All-Star break. This is the super advanced score sheet, which it's a nice thing because the one I have is in real bad shape. Now this is a surprise to see this stained. This is the 62 ballpark effects. I'm gonna let them know that this came stained, and maybe they'll send me another one. I'll send them a picture of it. Look at this. But that's okay. Here's the roster. The 62 roster. Here are the rubber bands. And here's the card set. This is the card set now. Here's the Orioles. There should be 27. They said 27 per team, but I don't think it. I think it varies, but it should be 540 cards divided by 9 would be 60 sheets. Let's give that a look there. It's 30. 2. 6. 40. 1, 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 51. 56, 57, 58, 60. Wow, there's 62 sheets. Isn't that something? 62 times 9 is 558 divided by the 20 teams. It's an average of 27.9 players per team. I looked at the roster online, and I noticed a lot of them are much more and much less. So we'll start with Baltimore. Baltimore will go here 9/18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26, you see? And it's nice, it looks like it's alphabetical. Wow, they did. You know, that's fascinating. The 62 set, when I've watched people online play with the 62 set, it's all black here. And I had said that I'm looking forward to it because it's easier to read. But I see that they've done a reprinting and they've made it color coordinated. And actually, I do prefer it this way, and this is really exciting to have these folks from 62 here in a color coordinated set. I got some coffee brewing. There's a couple of Baltimores in here. Boston's in here. Here are the Orioles. Eight. I didn't know Robin Roberts was on the Orioles. Wow. 11, 12. 13, Brooks is really good. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So there's 24 on the Orioles. Versus 27. I told you, some teams have 30. I saw one team, I think the Mets have over 30. Here are the Orioles. Hey, Joel, how are you? Great to see you, Joel. Thank you for joining me here. Oh, there's a 25 and 26. Awesome. Awesome. That was just, isn't that cool? Always exciting. Always indeed. Now we have this here, over here, we have three. That's going to be 9, 18, 19, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 26. Okay. Always exciting. I'm doing this intentionally with no background sound because to me, it makes it really good. Here's a white sock here. And then there's one. Yeah, just one. Yeah. Oh, yeah, just one. These are the Red Sox. When I was a kid, these Strat-O-Matic teams came already collated. Here's 25 Red Sox. It's an average of 27. If you look on the website, they say 27 per team, but I think it averages 27. I don't know if you saw this, Joel. If you go online, you'll see some people with the 62 set, and it's all black and white. There's no color on the Super Advanced. And actually, I am glad that this is color coordinated. This is 18, 19, 20, 22, 24, 26. Okay. So on the average, here are the White Sox. I'm going to pour myself a cup of hot coffee, my second pot of the day. And my hope is to play a ball game today. I had it scheduled for 5:30, but the way people hop on here when you go live without notice is pretty good. I might just go ahead and play it shortly after. It's already scheduled, the first game. It's on my landing page. These are the Chicago White Sox. I was sitting at home. You know, I got Sling TV. I got I dumped my cable with Xfinity. I got Sling TV, and it actually gives me everything I want and more. So this morning I watched again. I haven't seen it in a while. Goodfellas, and then I started watching Casino. But once I saw that this was delivered, I discontinued it. Let's just get the White Sox here. 3. We tend to be so careful, or some of us at least, so careful with these cards when we first get them, but I like them worn. I like them even a little stained. You know, drop some coffee on them. 4, 6, 10. Here's Nellie Fox. 17, Aparicio. 19, 20. Here's Juan Pizarro. Great to see some of these players who are in my 69 set. Hey, Joel, here's Joe Horland. He was 7-6. He had 19 starts. 4.89 ERA. Joe Horland. He's a one fielder. He's a 1 E13. Is that right? 11. I got a lot of learning to do. 12, 13, 14 about this season. It's 26 for the White Sox. So we got 3. There's no divisional play, which is very cool. You know, there's 10 teams in each league, and the winner of the pennant wins. Oh, that's good coffee. Here are the Cleveland Indians. They were pretty decent. They were fair. They were almost 500, I think. But again, I'm not certain. That's 18. There's 27 there. Wait a minute. 9, 18, 19, 22, 3, 4, 5, 28. You see? Some of them have more than 27, like I said. Here are a couple Tigers on that sheet. Put these Tigers up here. It is tedious, but I didn't know Ron Taylor, if that's the same Ron Taylor, was on Cleveland Indians. I didn't know that. I had no idea. Oh. There's another Bubba. And I like to give these, count these. Boy, that's a lot of players for one team. Whoa. Eight. Look how many at-bats Tito Francona has. 621. Frank Funk. 20. I had no idea Perry was on Cleveland. 27 on this team. Here's McDowell. This must have been one of his earlier years, if not his first year. I'm not sure. I have a lot to learn. Look at that. 13 starts, 6.06 ERA, 70 strikeouts in 88 innings. Okay, now the Tigers. That's 18, 19, 20, 23, 4, 5, 6, 27, 28, 29. Wow. 30. You see, some teams have more than others. Thirty players on this roster. Well, we've done 4 out of 20. That's 1/5, 20% of the teams. There are the Tigers. There's Cash with 39 homers. Oops, I counted 29. Let me try that again. Maybe it is. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. 7, 3, 8. Well, it is 29, not 30. There's the first 5. Now we're 25% done. Oh, now the Kansas City Athletics. 9, 18, 26, 27, 28, 28, 29, 30. That's I'm counting 30. Let's check that out again. That's 9, 18, 19, 26, 7, 8, 29, and then a 30 up here. Wait a minute, that's 31. Holy cow. Make up your mind. Wait a minute. 9, 18, 19, 20, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay. Kansas City Athletics. I don't remember how good or bad they were. I know that Finley was having problems, lots of issues with his team. He was a real character. This was the year on the Los Angeles Angels that Bo Belinsky pitched a no-hitter. I don't know if it was his first start or what, but he had a no-hitter in real world. I think I may have thrown an angel in there. I'm going to go through all these slowly when I'm done, folks, to make sure that the right players are in. I'll just shoot them an email and ask them for another roster. Ed Charles, 535 at bats, 288, 17 homers. My goodness. 20 stolen. Wow. He hit 207 on the 69 Mets. Dick Hauser, who was married to a relative, a blood relative on my mother's side, Dick Hauser, he was married to I guess it's, you call it a second cousin once from, actually, no, it was a cousin. It was a blood cousin, a second cousin or something like, not a second cousin, I don't know what you call it, but it was a blood relative. It's a small world. 6 degrees of separation, right? Oh, they're on the web. Yeah, that's true, Joel. You're correct. I just thought, I don't know if you saw this, Joel, it came stained. It looked like someone spilled some coffee or something on this, and I just figured, why not ask for another one? You have ballpark effects. I just figured I would shoot them an email with a picture of it. Oh yeah, these are the angels that are here. They don't belong here. That's right. Okay. They're definitely, I've been looking at it. Definitely on the website. That's 29. That is 30. That's a lot of players, I think. That'll be 6 teams now have been done. Now we move to the Los Angeles Angels in their second season, and they were really something. I think they won 86 games. They came in second place. Amazing. It was their second year of expansion. They weren't that good in 63 or years after, but it was really something. Now, wait a minute. It is 9/18. 19, 20, 23, 67, 28 on the they write 27 players per team. They should change that and put the amount of cards there are. Is Earl Batty of the Twins. You interviewed Dick Hauser's daughter in the 80s in northern San Diego County. Wow. I have maybe one other person, but this is in my family, which connected to a famous person, but it's not a blood relative. Okay, let me figure it out. The adopted son of, I don't know what her first name was, Marie, I don't know, Gellhorn was her last name, and she had an adopted son. Now, he's a blood relative, not a blood relative. He was married to a blood relative on my mother's side. And this woman, Gellhorn, was married to Ernest Hemingway. Here, I could look it up on X because I've posted it several times. Let me get it exactly right. Here it is. My second cousin, I don't know what a second cousin is, lived with the adopted son, lived with, not married, of Martha Gellhorn, who was married to, now let me look up second cousin here. The child of one's parents' first cousin. Okay, so they are blood. Okay. And here's a picture of, from left, Ernest Hemingway, his wife Martha Gellhorn, and Eliseo Arguelles at a pigeon shoot in Havana, Cuba on February 9, 1942. She's very attractive, I think. My second cousin on my mother's side lived with her adopted son. I have no interest in trying to figure out who the hell that might have been. I know that's wrong, but I'm obviously occupied right now. Bob Botts. Whoa. Here's Dean Chance, 24 starts. He went to Minnesota, didn't pitch that. He was hurt a lot, so didn't have too many starts. Okay, oops, there we go. Let's give these a look and count here and see if I can find Bo Belinsky in here. I have one more delivery today, and it's a tripod because it just occurred to me the other day that I need a backup in case this one breaks, because if this one snaps and busts, I can't broadcast, not easily. 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wow! 13. I had no idea Eddie Yost was still playing in 62. Here's Bo. I lost count, but it's accurate. Wow. Okay, that should be 7 now. That's 3, 7. We're almost halfway done. Now here are the Twins. I think they were pretty good. That's 18, 21, 22, 23. Whoa, that can't be. Is that all there are here? There's 2. That's 9, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Jesus, let me count that. That looks like they're a little short. 23. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Well, they have 25 here. That could be because there's players in 2 leagues. I'm just going to double check to make sure I did. Oh, here. There's a 24th. It'll get all sorted out in the end when I go to use these folks. But that's 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Wait a minute. 9, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24. And here it is. There's 25 listed, so that's a little strange. I'm not worried about it. Oh, Rich Rollins. Okay, it'll all get sorted out. Strat-O-Matic has become sort of a lifestyle for me. Sometimes I find that I'm playing it too much, like when I played 3 games in a day, you know, I get burnt out, especially when I do early morning. And then I just lay off. I feel like I'm pretty much, I haven't played too much. I haven't played any games today, so I feel like I'm pretty good with it now. Ready to go. And I'm going to play a game shortly after I do this, the first game. And it's going to be the Phillies at the Reds. Opening day. And Cincinnati, I believe Cincinnati has notoriously been on opening day, and I think it does relate to the idea that the club technically goes back to 1869. I could be wrong, but they were a professional baseball team, I believe, and they traveled the country. I think they were all on the road. Again, I'm not certain. The year they were undefeated. They had an undefeated record. See, some of the Yankees got. Here's Bobby Richardson, 302. Wow. They won it all, the Yankees. Here's Kubek. He was hurt. 169 at bats. Mantle was MVP. My Lord, how could Mantle be MVP with only 377 at bats, 30 home runs? I guess, you know, his home run percentage was very high. Mantle was MVP. Isn't that something? Anybody have anything to say about that? Here's Tresh, 286. They thought he was going to be another Mantle or another superstar, and things didn't quite turn out that way. It didn't quite turn out that way. Three, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. Killebrew with 48 homers. 15, 16, 18, 19, 20. Well, I got 25 here. That should be 8. 7, okay. 7 teams. Oh, 8. I'm sorry. 8. Two more teams here, the Yankees and the Senators. That's going to be 9, 18, 19, 20, 21. 27 Yankees. That's good. Like I was saying, many of you who played Strat-O-Matic in the early 70s, and I'm not sure when they changed this, but they used to come perforated and with rubber bands around them, each team. And that was labor and cost, I guess. You know, they probably did it manually and or had the printing company do it. And I did consider playing Strat-O-Matic once in the mid-90s. And I got the set, and I saw it non-perforated, you know, where you had to set them up like it is now. That was the first time. I had no idea it was like that, and it turned me off. It really turned me off, and I didn't play much. 3. Well, I'm not going to count them. I'll wait. So one more team in the American League, and we're done. Halfway done. And done with the American League. Here are the Senators, 9, 18. 24, 26, 28, 29. Wow. That's nice. These are the Cubs, which would be the first team in the NL, of course. They were bad. They came in second to last behind Houston, a first-year expansion team. I learned that much looking at the players. So again, the Senators, 9-18. Wait a minute. 24. 6, 28, 29. Wait a minute. 9/18, 19, 22, 24, 25, 29. Ray Ripplemeyer. Ray Ripplemeyer. See, when you first get them, they stick. Oh, well, this one's not even, there we go. Gene Woodling, my goodness, he must have been at the end of his career. He was on I think the 50 Yankees, if I'm not mistaken. I remember, I think it was the 50, I'm not sure which year, I think 50. They used to have that in the old timer set, but he was on the Yankees in the 50s, early, at least. So you want to be really careful not to do too many, or they'll just, I don't know, Eddie Brinkman, only 133 at bats, 165 hitter. Steady Eddie, and he's a 3. Oh, Lord. There are the Senators. And that takes care of the American League right there. There's the American League, 10 teams. Now we'll go to the National League here. Gonna get some more coffee here. Nice and quiet, no TV on. You know, I'm getting more used to that now. Not to hang on the internet, you know what I mean? I seldom use Twitter. And if I'm not watching TV, turn it off. Makes me feel more like a real person. You know what I'm saying? I don't need the constant stimulus, or stimuli, I should say. Okay, here are the Cubs. 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, wait a minute. 18, 19, 20, 2, 3, 4, 25, 29. Look at Williams, had a great year, 6-8, good year. 618 at bats, 298, 91 runs batted in, 22 homers. But he's a 4 in left field. He was a 3 in 69 when he was already, well, how could I say, in majors for years, you know, a good number of years. He was never a great fielder. Awesome hitter, though. I think I'm going to enjoy this replay very much. Okay, there's Cincinnati. And like I said, everybody, when I get done with this, it's early yet in the afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and play the first game, which is Philadelphia at Cincinnati. Oh, here's Santo. 227 with 17 homers, 604 at bats. I'll have to check if it's his first or second year. And he's a 3 at third base. Here's Brock. He had 434 at bats, 263 average. He's a stealer. He got traded at the beginning of 64. Started on the Cubs in 64, was traded to St. Louis. Some consider it the worst, one of the worst trades. Of course, it's not the worst. Well, it was up there, you know. I mean, you know, you have the Nolan Ryan trade and the Frank Robinson trade. I think it was for Pappas. I could be wrong. Okay, there are the Cubs. Now we'll do the Reds, and here's Frank Robinson, who hit 342. My goodness. 39 homers. My God. That's 18, 19, 22, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 28, 29. 29. Wow. Yeah, I like it when teams have a good-sized roster. I'm in the process of heating up some Swedish meatballs. And so I'm good to go. I'm ready. I got everything I need, all the drugs I need for the afternoon and early evening, I guess we'd call it. So I'm good to go. I may even play 2 games today. We'll see. I have scheduled already, just to let you know, the postseason. We're done with the regular season of 69. And hey, Brian, how are you, sir? NLCS Game 1, National League Championship Series 1969 Game 1, Pittsburgh with Moose at Atlanta, Phil Niekro. And that is scheduled for Monday at 2 p.m. Monday. Whoops. I actually may move that. No, it'll be Monday. And then Saturday, later in the week, with the baseball demos, ALCS 1969, Game 1. I really think, I keep asking myself, why am I so immersed? Here's Jim Maloney, only 17 starts. Why am I so immersed in Strat-O-Matic at this stage in my life, age 66? Don Zimmer. Now, he's going to probably end up on the Mets. You know, I move players when they're traded. Here's Joe Nuxall. Wow. And I think a lot of it has to do with the nostalgia of my tween and early teen years when I was into Strat-O-Matic. That I enjoy everything about it. Okay, here are the Houston Colt 45s. It's funny how they don't have the team names on the player cards. I guess they never did. That's going to be 27, 30, 31. Holy cow. 27, 28, 29, 31. Wow. Oh, wow. Interesting, Brian. By the way, here's Frank Howard on the Dodgers. Tommy Davis had just an amazing year. 346, 27 homers, 153 RBIs, 665 at bats. I guess he almost played, if not every game. His best year, his best career year for sure, and a insanely good year for anybody, especially the 153 runs batted in. My God. That's a lot of RBIs. I think he should have been MVP. Let me see who was. Lord. '62 NL MVP. Oh, Maury Wills, of course. I'm not sure he was really the most valuable player, but he had broke Cobb's record of 96 stolen bases, and they made him the MVP. I'll have to take a look at his average and all. Now, wait a minute. What am I doing? Here are the Dodgers. There. Dave Justy on the Houston Colt 45. Staub did not start until 60, I don't know if it was 60, if 63 maybe, but Staub is not on this team. Pidgey Brown. Oh. J.C. Hartman. Are they sure that's not J.C. Martin? I wonder if that's a misprint. No, he was a player, J.C. Hartman. A shortstop, I should have known. Not a catcher. I wonder if Will's is a triple A. I think I seem to remember him being a triple A one year back when I had them as the old timers. Here's 3 teams now out of 10, the last 10. Here's Will's. He is a triple A. Holy cow. Let's check his super advanced stealing. 19, and it's 2 to 6 and 9. I guess that's pretty good. He had a 299 average. Now remember, he played 165 games. He played all 162 plus all 3 playoff, and they included those in the statistics. He had 104 stolen. Managed to get 48 runs batted in. Did you know he was not a switch hitter when he first came up? When he first came up in the majors, I believe it was, he started to try switch hitting. Don't count me on all that. I may not be getting it exactly right, but it's something like that. Now you have people like Duke Snider, who ended up on the Mets. Koufax was hurt for some of the year. Here's Koufax. He only had 184 innings pitched. I guess today that's a lot, huh? He only had 26 starts. I guess today that's a lot. But he was hurt. Drysdale had the big year. And he was Cy Young, Drysdale. And they had both the Cy Young and the MVP. Drysdale for Cy Young and Wills for MVP. There's 18. That's 918. 19, 20, 21. 2, 3, 4, 5, 26. All right, whatever. It all comes out in the wash because when I use Baseball Reference, if I'm missing a player, it's either they're not carded or I put them initially in a wrong team. This will be the 4th team out of 10. And it's kind of cool to have a replay where there's no divisions. Oh yeah. Yeah, Brian. I see what you're saying there about Wills. You had almost as many triples as doubles. Do you have this set, Brian? Here's Reichert, who ended up on the Orioles in my 69 replay. It's really something, when you didn't live through well, I lived through it. I was too young. Here's Drysdale. Wow, 2.83, 41 starts, 25 and 9. Yeah. I've already looked at the box scores randomly, and I have detected several players who are not carded. And okay, here are the Dodgers, who ended up tied flat-footed with the Giants on the last date of the season. And they had, of course, they had a 3-game playoff. But you're right, there may not be as many as in my 69 set, but we'll see. Okay, I'm going to take a break for 2 or 3 minutes. Appreciate the company, folks. I've done all 10 of the American League and 4 of the National League. I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. Step outside. Oh, shit. Appreciate the interest that people have. I'll be right back. My Swedish meatballs are ready already. Wow. My Swedish meatballs are ready. I'm just gonna sit over here quietly and eat those, and then I'll return to this. Just takes me a few minutes. I'll probably go finish those up a little later. Let me get back to the work. Let's get back to the work. Let's do the Milwaukee Braves. Look at Tommy Aaron had 334 at bats. Holy, I had no idea he had that many. For the Milwaukee Braves, that's going to be 1824. Holy cow, that looks like 30. The Mets are next. You know, one of the things I have always had difficulty doing, unless I'm really in the mood, and I have not been in the mood, is to quote unquote properly relax. And when I say properly relax, I mean just chill, lie there, you know. Been it's a very rare thing. You know, you could use the word relax in a very general way to mean anything that helps you feel calm, you know. But some people feel relaxed when they're in an active state, you know. But I thought maybe I would peruse all the players one by one, so that we get. Here's Bob Uecker. I think this was his rookie year. And peruse all these players. He hit 250, pretty good year for him. He was a 4+1 E16. A 1-5 T rating. Eddie Matthews hit 29 homers. Here's Menke. It's fascinating. I knew he was with Milwaukee. It's fascinating to see where these players came from, or the teams that they played for. Menke with Dennis with one N. Lou Burdette. You could see remnants of the 57 and 58 championship teams. Cloninger, who ended up on Cincinnati. He probably ended up somewhere else. Well, there's Milwaukee. What the hell happened to my rubber bands? Did I use them already? Whoa. They give you a lot of rubber bands. I think they must use the cheapest rubber bands you can because they are frequently breaking on me. Well, there's 5 teams. Now the Mets. I see that the real world 2024 Chicago White Sox are creeping up to a 250 percentage. It's going to be hard for them to to break the Mets record, really. Especially when you get into, well, we're already in the dog days of summer, but I think it might be hard. The Mets have a lot of players. I'm going to count them now when I'm done. Here's Marv Throneberry. And there's even players I've already seen. There's players that are on other teams that eventually will come to, here's Gil Hodges, will come to the Mets, such as Duke Snider, started with the Dodgers. I didn't know he started with the Dodgers, or I had forgotten. Here's Choo-Choo Coleman. There's a lot of players. What I'm glad about with the Strat-O-Matic community on YouTube, from what I can tell, I mean, it's been this way, is very few people act in a snarky manner or in a sort of a, I don't know what the word would be, but people are pretty tolerant and accepting of how one another plays Strat-O-Matic. Of course, many of us help with rules, but people don't. Look here, Frank Torrey. I forgot about him. He was Joe's brother. Wow. Forgot about him. Oh, excuse me. Okay, here are the Mets. 4 more teams. Bob G. Miller. I wonder if that's because there's another Bob Miller. Okay, there's 6. Now the Phillies. Oh, excuse me. Now we go with the Phillies. Lord. Whoops. Boy, this is a lot of Philly teams. 918, 1921. No, 27. Okay. I'm going to set, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to set the game for a time now. Reschedule the Phillies at the Reds. It was 5:45. Now, if you click on notify me on these, you'll get notified by email if I end up changing it. And I'm fickle, so I'll set it up for 2:15. That way I'll have a limited time to go through these players. Otherwise, I could spend all day doing it. And there's quite a bit of nostalgia with this 62 season because to me, you know, JFK was president, and I am kind of obsessed with the JFK presidency, and in particular the assassination, which occurred the next year, about 5 weeks, give or take, after the World Series in '63. Dallas Green, holy cow, my God. Oops. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, just keep it chill here. Okay, here are your Phillies. And they'll actually be playing today in the first game at Cincinnati for opening day. Also, the Senators do opening day, and JFK threw out the first pitch at that game. Okay, the Pirates now. I think we have two more teams. This is 8. 7. I'm sorry. 7. We have 3 more. I can't believe I looked at Stan Musial. He hit .330 in 433 at bats. I don't know if he qualified. You have to have 502 plate appearances. He had with 64 walks, but yeah, he probably did. Came very close. He had 394 at bats and walks, including walks. I imagine he might have had the 8 more needed, however it may be. That would include sacrifice flies, I guess, being hit by a pitch, 330, and this was his third to last season. I couldn't believe it. Or second to last season, maybe. Yeah, I don't think he played in 64. He played a long time, though. Well, Bob Veal was on these Pirates. Clemente hit 312. He's a 1, and his arm is -6. Can you believe that? That's crazy. That's crazy. He's also a -6 in 64. That's crazy. And there's just 3 more here. Bill White had another good year for the Cardinals, 324 average. That's just weird to see Stan Musical's name on a 62 team. And he died. I guess everybody dies eventually. Can you believe Red Schoendienst was on the 62 Cards? That was the end. He was not on the 64. We'll have 2 more teams after this. I guess it'll be my God. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? What am I doing here? Yeah. They're the Pirates. Okay. I'm doing this a little different than I usually. Last time I would count every team, but I'm not going to bother. These are the Cards. And then we have the Giants, and that's it. The Cards. Certainly, it's another era. Many of these people are dead. A lot of the people from the 69 set have died. I'm very sensitive to that as I get on with my years. but even more so will be this set, because you're talking 7 extra years. Here's Broglio, who was traded, I believe, for Lou Brock. Awful trade. Broglio was a decent pitcher, actually a good pitcher, but I guess the Cubs thought he was going to be a great pitcher or something. And they didn't think that well of Brock. But Brock just needed a couple more years to come into his own. Flood hit 296, Boyer hit 291, White hit 324, Musial hit 330. Great hitting. If they can get pitching, they can win, maybe, in this replay. I looked at, there's 1,600 games, roughly, played, 1,620, roughly, for this replay. And if I average between 1 and 2 games a day, which is about my average, then this will take anywhere between 2.5 to 4.5 years. Probably somewhere in between. Maybe. The other one took me 4 years, roughly. Now, I wrote the date down on my standings page, which gets continually updated, and therefore there'll be no question. Today's date. Here are the Giants. Don Larson on this team. Can you imagine? Don Larson. I think he was already pretty old by then for for the majors. They had Felipe and Mateo Alou, but I think that Jesus was in the system. I don't know if he played in the bigs this year and or if he was only in the minors, but I think, I could be wrong, that he was on this team, with this organization. Manny Mota on the Giants. 74 at bats, 176 average. There we go, and that's going to do it. Do you have the 62 set, JC? Okay, there it is. Here's the complete set. Oh, you do? Yeah. Okay. What I'm going to do here. And we all have our own setups. Mine is very simple. Okay. What I'm going to do is take out the 69 roster here, and I'll keep the 69, take this out, and whatever works for you, I'll keep that out for the postseason, which is coming up and is very exciting. put this roster. I might as well keep it loose. I'll be using it a bit. And I'll put this here. But what I'd like to do, I'm an NL man, so I like to put the NL first. I'm going to go 3-3-2. Actually, I can really spread these out and go there. It's 4, 8, 9, 10. Actually, I can go one more here. There. Actually, you can go here too. Look at that. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Wow. You can really spread them out. There. Beautiful. This is better than 24. You know what I'm saying? And why don't we just take a look at the Yankees and the Mets, if you don't mind. And then I'll end this broadcast. And get ready to set up the first game, which is Philadelphia at Cincinnati, April 9, 1962. Oh. Oh. Here's my new, this just was left outside. My new tripod. A big day for deliveries. I think I'll take this out right now and give it a spin. The tripod only cost $19.99. My floor is so dirty, I'm ashamed to let you see it, so I'll open it on my bed, which looks a little better. And again, the reason why I got a second tripod, because I already have one, which I'm using right now. Look how compact it is because if it breaks, I'm out of commission. I can't play any games because I broadcast all games. Now this replay is going to be different because I'll be starting from the beginning. I started in late July. Here are your instructions. I've already watched. This is a GoPro. I've already watched the people who have done videos on this. This is for GoPro right here, which I don't have GoPro. This is something about turning on your TV remotely. So I have no use for that. And it's obviously very easy to use. You simply install this on top of I have to mop my floor, but what the hell? I don't care. Now, you can tighten. Wait a minute. You lock it this way, yeah. Then it's sturdy, and then you just raise this. It goes up to 62 inches. There. We'll just put this on right here. This is so easy because I'm not a mechanical person. There. There. Oh, I think that will work. Something like that. Let's. Oh, it's got to go the other way. I forgot. I'm so sorry. Sorry about my stomach. Let's give this a try here. There. That's a universal. This is, I'm going to have to get used to this because oh, Lord, bear with me a second here. Bear with me. This is a little cumbersome. In fact, I like the one I have better. A little bit better. It's only $19.99. It's a spare. It's just that this doesn't move quite as easily as on my other one. I'm gonna have to get used to this. Oh, Lord. Maybe there, yeah. There, yeah. There it goes. Whoops. There it goes. So in any case, there. That's not a bad angle. It's just not as free-flowing as my other one, but it's fine. The problem is you can see the goddamn freaking tripod there. Let's put it here and see if this is a little better. Yeah, I guess so. It's because I'm right-handed. I tend to like the thing to be, bear with me, there we go. There. Whoops. There. It's weird. This one is actually, I like the other one better. But for a spare, it will do. Oh, God. Oh, Lord, look at that goddamn thing. That's weird. This thing is showing. I guess I could do it on the edge here. Yeah, that's this thing right here. Now, another choice would be to do it this way. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not mechanical. So I'm not very good at doing this. Bear with me. Yeah, just bear with me a second. You know, there's another angle to connect this. I'm going to try that angle. Another knob, actually. That might fix it. There. Let's see. There. Now that there's a connector on this end and on here. There's a connector here, and then there's one here. I think this is gonna fix it. Yeah, perfect. Ay. What do you want for $19.99, right? There. Perfect. There it is. Just have to be patient. Even a guy like me who's not very mechanical it fits snugly. Okay, so let's just relax for a moment. Here's the instructions that come with that. Here's a welcome card. I'll look at that later. Let's take a look at the Yankees and the Mets. Look how many players the Mets have compared to the Yankees. check out the Yankees here. Whitey Ford, 17 and 8. Always with a good winning percentage. 37 starts. Elston Howard. He hit, if I'm not mistaken, he hit like a whopping 348 and 61. I could be wrong, but still good. Bud Daly, pitcher. I'm just trying to get into the swing of how to... There. Oh, God. The other one has a very smoother. This is incremental. God. Oh, okay. Pain in the ass. Scourin. Ralph Terry. He's a good hitter. 23 homers, 270. Ralph Terry, 23 and 12. Wow. Here's Hal Brown. Here's Joe Pepitone. I believe this was his first year. Yeah, this was his rookie year. He didn't play too much. Here's Boughton. He was obviously hurt. Or no, he didn't. 63 was his breakout year. He had only 16 starts. Here's Cletus Boyer, a 1, still hitting good, 272, 18 homers. Marshall Bridges, that's a little faded, the printing on this. Hector Lopez. Here's Roger Maris, the year after he hit 61. I actually, this'll do, and it's good to know I have this. Hold on 1 second. It's good to know I have this, and I'm just gonna set it aside and use it as a spare. I'm not going to be using it though. So I'll just stick it in here. And just have it right there, Have it right here as a spare. I'm going to use my good old reliable here. I just like it better. I wonder how long this can last. This is like 5 years old. And I'm talking daily use. Bill Stafford, 14 and 9. Dale Long. Yogi Berra. I don't know how many more years he played. Jim Coates. Johnny Blanchard had power. Jack Reed. Phil Linz. Tom Tresh. Very good. 286, 20 homers. These are the world champs. Here's Mantle, and he was MVP. It's amazing with only 377 at bats. Look at all those walks. 122 walks. I guess Bonds had more, huh? Barry Bonds. So no wonder it's 499 plate appearances with at bats and walks, not counting sacrifices, hit by pitch, and anything else. Okay, he played a little more than I thought, but he was still hurt. His injuries really became chronic by now. Here's Tony Kubek, obviously hurt, but hit well while he played. Bobby Richardson had an awesome year. He's a 1 at second base. Very few of those. 302 average, 692 at bats. Raleigh Sheldon and Luis Arroyo and Bob Turley. So there are the Yankees. Now let's take a look at the Mets. I'm just going to give a little quick count to the Mets. 4, 5, 6. 30. At least that's the count I got. Let's take a look at these Mets. Choo-Choo Coleman. Choo-Choo Coleman. Didn't play too much. Gil Hodges didn't play much. Relatively. Charlie Neal. He played a lot. Rod Keneal. Here's my guy, Jim Hickman. Too bad they didn't hold on to him. They could have used him as a right fielder, a center fielder. He could play any outfield. And look, he was a 2 out in center. His fielding got worse. Marvelous Marv Throneberry. Hobie Landreth. God. Only 45 at bats. Here's Richie Ashburn. Bob G. Miller. 10.17 ERA. Whoa. How could you put him in? Here's Gene Woodling on the Mets. Felix Mantilla. Frank Thomas, 34 home runs, 266 average, 94 knocked in. Elio Chacon. Here's Roger Craig, who I believe started their first game. Lost 24. Joe Pignatano ended up being a coach for the Mets. Bob Moorhead. Chris Cannizzaro. He ended up on the Padres in '69. So he was drafted by 2 expansion teams in his career. Decent catcher. Al Jackson lost 20. They had 2 20-game losers at least. Al Jackson. Joe Christopher. Ed Boucher. Sammy Drake. Boy, they have a lot of players with, 40, 50 at-bats. Ray, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Daviault, 6.22 ERA. Rich Hersher, 50 at-bats. Bob L. Miller. Oh, wow. That's good. Interesting. Bob G. Miller and Bob L. Miller on the Mets. And I think one of them might have been with the Twins in '69. 1 and 12. Wow. Cliff Cook. A lot of these folks I never heard of. Of course, I've heard of some of them, like Jay Hook. 6 and 19. They almost had 3 20-game losers. Ken McKenzie, Sammy Taylor, Craig Anderson lost 17. Holy cow. Harry Cheety, Willard Hunter. This is an incredible name. Vinegar Bend Mizell. Hello, Ron. Great to see you, Ron. So I guess that they had 2 20-game losers, Mays was incredible, lefty. Mays hit 304 with, I think it was 49 homers. Okay. Folks, I'm going to end this broadcast. This was the unboxing. And just go look on my landing page at 2:15 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 11:15 a.m. on the West Coast. I'm going to play the first game. It's right here. Philadelphia at Cincinnati. Mahaffey for the Phillies and Joey J, that's Joey J, for the Reds. I'm going to set it up now and hope to see you then. I saw there were a couple of people waiting, and I figured I would start this. This thing may be running late. I'm looking at the locator map, and he's nearby, but there's no way of telling if it's going to arrive by noon, which is the end of the window, but we'll see. So we're just going to stand by right now. Just waiting for the delivery. And I got to tell you all, folks, this is a very difficult time for me. I have multiple anxieties right now about events, situations, and I'm not my usual jovial, charming self. But I guess just acceptance. I've written down all my worries, and some of them, nothing can be done right now, and others I'll just do my best. And there's no use in me literally making myself a nervous wreck about these things. Whatever will be, will be. And that helps a little bit. I've had so much coffee today, I think I'm gonna just do flakes, micro flakes, for this ritual. Stand by, please, for the delivery. Scheduled to be delivered by noon, but maybe sooner. It's late. Maybe at least this will be something that can distract me, right? It's JC, it's FedEx, not UPS. Getting closer. Well, at least it's by the end of today rather than tomorrow. Oh. It's about 3 blocks away. Yeah, it is a nice day outside. I keep updating the map and it doesn't show the thing any closer. It's like a snail's pace. Come on, Francisco. He's very close.